No, it's Tuesday today. Okay. So, I didn't really have a plan for anything new to make today. I'm not so sure what I'd want to do. So, I do have the commissions I could work on though, which, it makes sense to work on that, right? Actually, I thought about maybe I should probably uh try making a comic. Like one page of them. I think that'd be funny, right? Oops. I'll just work on this for now. Until I figure out what I want to do. Oh, wrong color. A comic, not a long one. Okay. Also, Dean, how do you know when I'm streaming? Do you follow me on Blue Skies or? Oh no, wait. Yeah, yeah. How do you remember? I have a story I want to tell? Not really. Let's see. Um. Oh, really? Okay. So you just kind of check. Yeah, I guess it helps that I stream at the same time whenever I do. You got notification on Twitch, right? It's not like you follow me on social media, right? Because I do know when I streamed in the past, most people just went on my stream because they got a Twitch notification. So yeah, it's funny. Most of my viewers only come from Twitch, not from my other like my other places where I post art. Just kind of funny. I basically have like completely disparate platforms, not helping each other at all. Mm, mm. Also, I was thinking about maybe spending the next 2 months uh making a video game. There's one game idea I want to do that I don't know how long it'll take. It's a very small game, but if I want to make the full thing, it would require a decent amount of art, and it's not like something I would be able to do, I think, in 2 months. Maybe I can, but I'd have to cut some corners. So I'd have to find, and I don't want to cut corners, so I was thinking like maybe developing a specific style for it that is just low cost, or I guess not low cost, but like it doesn't take as much time to make as like my typical art, because it would require some animation, which is a bit annoying. Honestly, I wish. What is the dead? Why is the deadline 2 months? I just don't want to spend a lot of time on it, and 2 months is already a lot, And it'd be like I was like doing the math. I was like, so there's 60 days in 2 months, right? Just about. And I thought like, uh, and ideally, I don't release it in December, but uh, I just don't want to spend a lot of time on it. So the math, so with the math I was talking about, it's just how many hours it'll take. And usually for me, I'm like, I feel like a good amount of time to make anything presentable, like when it comes to video games, would be like around, uh, it'd be around 200 hours, right? Which is a lot of time, right? That's, what is it? That's a whole work month. Oh, it's like 5 work weeks, right? Which is a lot. 5 work weeks? It's almost 2 months already, right? So I was like, okay, well, how would you make a game with like, where you don't spend like, a full time making it, right? And 200 hours, like say you do it part time, you work on it like 2 hours a day, every day, you know? That's 100 days, which is over 3 months, right? And that's every day, you know? So it's like, how small can I make the game? And the game I'm thinking about is already really small, but like, I don't know. Have I ever made a game before? Yeah, but they were games I made in one day, so they're I won't even like humor them being like a whole game because they're literally like one mechanic with one button or something, you know. Most and both of them were just jokes. So I do think making games is fun, very 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 liberating. You know, you just do whatever you want in the game, just full free will. You know, exercising your whole free will, very fun. Yeah. The thing is, I pretty much have most skills necessary to make a game outside of music and sound design. I feel like with sound design, it's relatively accessible. You just make a bunch of noises, you know. It's just about being creative, right? But with music, you know, like if you make like bad music, it just sounds horrible, you know. So it's really no way getting around that one. I feel other than just knowing music, right? Whoops. Oops. So I was thinking if I make this game, I'm just not putting any music in it, and it doesn't need any, honestly. I feel like the music would just be distracting, but if it did have good music in it, you know, then it'd just be way better, you know. So I mean, I would do a long-term project. It's just that like it's just you know, if you're doing it alone, it's just kind of boring, you know. But if you're doing it with people, it's like, yo, I get to you wake up and you work on it with them, right? But yeah. I wish I would just do a long-term project myself, but it just feels depressing, you know. So there is this one project I want to get back on, but the problem with it is it's because it's at the point where it's like I have to do some tedious stuff, and it's just so much time and testing to make sure, and like not even testing also, it's just like making it the design for making it, you know, 'cause I have to commit to stuff, right, on that thing, right? I kind of wanted to spend a lot of time making music, but it's like extremely exhausting to do it. Like it's so much like brain power to just like do it every day, you know, and make something that you like, or not even like, but feel like you've progressed in some way, you know. Like I could just like every day just slap something together that's like barely helping me improve or barely anything I like, right? Or maybe just not even, you know, help with anything. Okay. What else? Well, what do you mean by fail? Like it won't be good, or like I don't know. Just write it. Like it doesn't matter. Like unless you like, you gotta be specific about what you're failing at. I don't know. Like if you want to make money off of it, yeah, it'll probably fail, honestly, right? But like, what can you do? Uh, is this like tinier than the other one? I don't know. I'll just make it bigger, whatever. You know, I think this is a pattern that happens a lot. I feel like a lot of writers, they kind of write that same story over and over again until they really like it, you know? Sometimes they don't even change anything, they just rewrite the whole story. Like, I don't know if you ever learned anything about Fate, Grand Order, or whatever, but the Fate series in general, Nasu, he basically just rewrites the same story over and over again. It's really funny. Sometimes he just goes back to an old thing he wrote, rewrites the whole thing, calls it an alternate universe, and then there you go. You could also just come up with like 10 different ideas and just go through them one by one. I feel like also if you come up with a new idea, you're less likely to you know be attached to it and wanting it to be good. So come up with a new idea and just immediately write about it. The technical skill, I feel like technical skill is like not important. Oh, I didn't. Okay, dude, I gotta like redraw his for hair. Kind of annoying. Yeah, that's better. So I guess it is kind of hard to like, because if all you care about is the final product, then you don't really want to get better at the thing. You just want the final product, you know? But yeah, right? Like you say you want to make like the ultimate piece of art, then you don't really care about getting better. You just want to make it, right? So it's like it just feels kind of not worth the time. Unknown time? What? Sorry, I'm looking at something else. That's crazy. Came out of nowhere. Okay. You're watching one of Snix's videos where he says he enjoys the process of creating more than the final product. Yeah. Like usually you just get better when you do it that way, but like if you really just care about the final product, you know, might not much you can do. Like if you do care about the final product, just like hope someone else has the same idea as you, right? And then just and wait for them to do it, you know? That's kind of how I feel about video games. Like, I don't care about being the one who makes it, you know? Someone else will probably make it. What? Oh, I didn't press B. Oops. I didn't know what comp sci was when I took it. I didn't do much research, so there wasn't really a reason. Other than like it looked funny. I thought it'd be easy. And looking at it, it wasn't that hard, right? But I didn't realize a lot of people wanted to do this. It's oversaturated. Uh, yeah, I think it was. There was a lot of I think our my college had 38,000 people or students, or there were 30,000 undergrad students, and I think 2,000 of them were in the computer engineering department. So a lot of guys. When I got there, I was like, "Oh, why there's so many people taking this program?" And then the guy I was sitting next to was like, "Are you serious? Are you joking?" And then I'm like, what do you mean?" He's like, "Yeah, this is a really popular major." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "Yeah. Did you not know that?" And I'm like, "Oh." And it was like I I feel like I talked to my friend about it once, and he mentioned just computer science to me, right? And I was like, "Oh, that sounds funny, right?" Uh, I don't remember if he told me what it was before or after I applied for computer science, because I remember him saying I told him about it, or I asked him like, "Hey, what major do you want to do?" And he's like, "Oh, computer science." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I want to do that too." Do you know what it is, by the way? Uh, but I'm glad they did it, even though I wasn't sure what it was beforehand. Very enjoyable. I did really well. I learned a lot, and it was really fun. So, oops. Oops. Okay, this tint. I kind of don't like it. but whatever. And you're doing electrical engineering? I think a lot of guys now are kind of like not trying to do like an actual job. Like they want to do like manage like business, right? And then like not all, but like a lot of girls actually just want to do the job, do a job, right? And become technical workers. And then so they're applying to be engineers or doctors or whatever. That's like for computer science, I think only 35 or 40% were women. Uh, but I think most of them were uh like actually did the work, whatever. They were very studious. That's just kind of how it is with college, you know? Like, you're probably gonna see a lot of guys who are just there because they're, whatever. But, a lot of women who get into college and actually just feel like going to college and is taking like an engineering course are probably there because they care, you know? Because generally, um, women aren't encouraged to do science as guys are. So if they're there because they want to be, and probably had more uh intent behind it. You paint from dark to light. Yeah, it's easier for cell shading. Uh, Generally, okay, when I paint, I don't consider this painting yet, but when I paint normally, I don't really do one or the other first. But for something as formulaic as doing a commission, I just do it this way. It's faster. So uh you know what I should do? So okay, I don't know how easy this is gonna be. I looked it up before and it seemed kind of a pain. I want there to be music on my YouTube stream, but I can't do that. Or else YouTube gets mad at me and just shuts off my stream while I'm streaming, right? So I was thinking about having a separate stream where it's just video game music, right? Because they can't shut me off for that, you know? Like I'm playing a video game. I gotta play the music, right? Uh so I was thinking about doing that, but hey Bloopy. But I have to figure out some way to go to Pretzel Rocks. What's that? What would I do at Pretzel Rocks? Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't. It's not the main issue isn't gonna be what songs to play. It's how I'm gonna play it because I don't want to listen to it. Like, I don't want to hear copyright-free music. I don't care. It's not interesting enough, right? So, so the one thing I want to do would be separating the streams. So I know how to separate streams of audio on in general for my computer because I'm using Pipewire, but I want to be able to just have some source playing the copyright or like music that YouTube is okay with. And then just piping that into some track into OBS, and then just having that track be the track that YouTube listens to, right? Uh, so doing that, I have to look up, how OBS does it, because like I'm looking at the. Okay, let me check real quick. Elvin patch bay. So, OBS currently has. Oh, never mind. It's not that hard. Okay. I'm looking at the pipes right now, and there's currently three pipes because I have two audio tracks for desktop and then one track for okay, they're called tracks, but they're channels, and one channel for my mic. So it looks like it opens it up and I can just pipe stuff through it. So it seems like it's fine. I just have to like okay, which track does this use? Um so currently YouTube uses track or source one or channel one, which I have muted. And then Twitch uses channel two for this is for desktop audio. And that has music and it's not muted. So Twitch gets to hear it, but YouTube doesn't. But rewiring it would require me having to write some script or just manually rewiring it, which it's either one's gonna be annoying, you know. I think Discord does have like a startup script thingy, scripts, loaded scripts. Yeah, there's a startup script I could just add in and whatever. And I'm using Pipewire, which is like all you can do everything in command line if you want, you know. It's kind of set up for that. So I just have to like fix it or not fix it, but like set it up, which I think is gonna be annoying. Like, I don't wanna deal with that. But I mean, like, so I don't know how if people actually like lurk on my streams. I have like no insight on that, and so I feel like do they keep it on and listen to me, or do they like just watch? I don't know. So, oops. I feel like on YouTube, there's like no audio outside of my voice, right? So I assume. Okay, actually, I think I have insight on this one. So no one watches the YouTube streams, right? So I'm assuming, they're not watching or listening. But streaming on YouTube is just better for like I want to have the VODs recorded, and just streaming on YouTube just means it's automatically recorded. You came from YouTube? Oh, never mind. Why'd you go on Twitch to listen to the music or the music? Yeah, I'm not listening to anything weird right now. So, I guess YouTube's now at 0 viewers again. I think Loopy left. Yeah, there's not much to do on the YouTube stream, you know. You can't listen to the funny music. Uh, the kids from Twitch. Yeah, I guess they're the ones who have their chats displayed, you know. Alright, what should the background color be? I'm just gonna make it the usual yellow. Alright, whatever. I'm not adding a gradient either. Gradients look cheap. Okay, so there's this one. Okay, I want to listen to this one album real quick. There's a bit of a jump scare in it. If you hear a knocking on the right side of your ear or your head, I guess you're on your right ear. It's fine. It's just in the song. Pizza's in the oven. Nice. Wait, Loopy, did you leave and then come back? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so YouTube, I think gaslit me because it said I checked YouTube to see if people were watching on YouTube, and it said 0 people are watching, right? And I checked back again, and it said no, that wasn't. I They were like no, they were here the whole time. What? What? No, it's a weird graph. Cause hold on, let me show you. No, yours. So this is what happened. Okay, I checked like a few minutes ago, and it looked like this. It looked like that. It looked like it went down, right? And then you talked, right? That's not the viewer number. I was looking at the history, right? It went down like that, right? This is what it looked like, right? And then you talked, and they're like, no, 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 they were here the whole time. So, I don't know. So I was thinking about after I do some commission work, I should try making a comic for fun. Or shit. Not a whole comic, but like just like one page, right? Because that'd be fun, I think. Red Negs Red Negson. Hello. Okay, I don't recognize your name. I'm forgetting. Do I know you from somewhere? Should I? You don't remember me either? It says you followed me in April this year. I don't remember streaming in April. Oh no, it's not door knock. Never mind. I meant like, what's it called? It was. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah, you like the pinup art? Is it cat shadow? Well, sure. Okay. Pinup pipe, guys. I don't really like making pinup art because I never think it looks good. You like my art in general? Ah, okay. Thank you. Do you make art? I assume most people who watch me do. Okay, well, I assume some people like it, but like I don't like how pinup looks in general. Like they have to do something kind of weird, I think, for me to be like, that looks fun, you know? Like I mean, let me see if I have like a if there's something I liked recently on Twitter that looks like that. Uh, okay, I don't think this counts as pinup, but it kind of does look like it. I don't know. I think it's good enough. Here, let me show you. I just don't like most pinup, and the pinup that I do will end up looking like most pinup. So, because of like what people request, right? So for this one, it's like they wanted this outfit, and this outfit's pretty revealing. It's hard to not do something. Like for me, I want the outfit to look uh different. Okay, I didn't make this one, right? The thing I linked, but I really like how it looks. All right. I think it's not pinup. I think right. It's just I don't know what to call it actually, but it's like that. It's like posing. It's like a photo. It's like photography. It's like that kind of pose. You know. And then like the outfit. This is like an outfit that I would like to like do, right? But a lot of people, their characters don't look like this. So let me find another one. uh, sorry, dude. Okay. I'm just looking at my legs. Hold on, let me check real quick if this is okay, I think this would be closer to pinup. Let me see. I like this one. Right. Oh, actually, red. I want to show you this art I made. I think it's really funny. Okay, it's a crossover of two things that are very similar, but understanding anything about either is would require someone to be a bit like unemployed, you know? Yeah, there's levels of pinup, right? But like I'd prefer to make the first image I showed you guys where it's not pinup at all, right? But like I want to make art like that. But most of the characters I'm asked to draw, like they're like they're pretty like typical. I wouldn't say typical, but you know, like they show skin, you know. And it's like when you're showing skin, it's hard to make shapes that look good in like neutral poses, or not neutral, but like non-pinup poses, right? If you do, you gotta do pinup, bro. Like if you're showing skin, pinup is like the most appealing looking shapes you can do, you know? Okay, so this is a Renault race suit and a I think this is supposed to be Toro Rosso in like 2016, 17, I don't know. But it's basically the sister team of Red Bull, right? And these were the two race suits that match their color schemes, right? Because Vodka's black and yellow, and then Daiwa is blue, red, and then white, right? So it's got all of it, right? Maybe not the right proportions, but like it's got the right colors. I initially wanted them to be modern Red Bull, which is black and red, and modern Mercedes, which is black and green, right? And the reason why is because there are two drivers in F1 right now who have been bickering for the last 3 years, occasionally, right? Like intermittently, right? It's Max Verstappen and George Russell, right? George Russell is literally the only one who'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing, Max? What's wrong with you?" Right? And then Max is like, "Bro, calm down. It was okay. It's okay. Like, bro, that's how it's supposed to go, bro." And then occasionally it's like Max gets hit by like George or something happens, and he's like, "George, you're not supposed to do that, bro. That's what are you doing? That's unsafe. It's all your fault." And then George is like, "Nah, bro, it's okay." All right, and it's just them bickering, bro. So the thing is, the colors don't match Vodka and Daiwa's color palettes, so I was like, I'll just choose the ones that match properly, right? I don't think there was an instance in 2018 or 2017 when a Renault driver and a Toro Rosso driver uh like got into a altercation or anything. I think the only time there was ever a Red Bull driver getting into an altercation was with another Red Bull driver, or a at the time I think. Oh wait, hold on. Uh, yeah, okay, yeah. There wasn't a time. It was 1 year, okay, where it could have happened if it. Okay, whatever. Yeah, but I think it's funny. It's a very loose sketch. The colors are like not cleaned up or whatever. Just a bunch of scribbles, but I think it looks fine. I feel like I could do that style as commission, but like I don't think anyone's gonna want it. Like, dude, there's like so many different like styles I could do for commission, but like you can't like give too many options because then you run the risk of giving people the decision paralysis, you know, because they're like, you know, I'm only gonna ask for one commission, right? Like, if I gotta make sure it's the one I want, you know, because not a lot of people have a lot of money, right? So they probably only want to ask once. They don't want to ask multiple times. At least at that instance, you know. I've had returning commissioners, so. What size is this canvas? It's 2880 by 3840. So essentially the long ways, so like the height is the 4K resolution. And then the width is me expanding uh to make it 4 by 3. So like if you cut off, let me draw it real quick. If you cut off this part on the left, then it becomes 4K. So yeah, I do want to have a higher resolution because like I've seen a lot of people make a art where like you can zoom in and it's like, oh my god, bro, you can see their pores, you know. But it's mostly because of line art issues. So like I want to make more detailed looking art. Uh, because you know I'd be like I feel like more people would want that kind of art, even though I would have to charge more, right? But it seems like most people are asking me for the most expensive uh what's it called? Tier in art, which is funny. Excessive? Well, yeah. I mean like the one thing is just the line art quality is something I want to be a bit better. Because here, let me show you real quick. It's a problem I have. Um, oh, I gotta go to Lightning Farm. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. So like with this art, right? Okay. You can see my line art is pretty like pixelated, right? When you zoom in. But no one's gonna notice, right? Because it's kind of expanded out, right? But I was looking at the Zenless Zone Zero's line art, right? And I don't have like the full resolution. I don't think they ever release it, but I want you guys to see. Okay, let me go get a new one because I think they're higher resolution than my older ones. Okay, so I'm going to stop the recording on this one real quick. Yeah, it's the size I draw stuff in. That's what I'm saying. I want to increase the resolution. So you can see this, right? Okay, so this is low resolution. They don't publish the full resolution. Actually, maybe they do. Let me. Who's this character? Okay, I named it. I named the file. Let me find see if there's a higher resolution image I could get. Is that the highest resolution? Oh my god, dude. Is this the highest resolution? Okay, this one's higher resolution by a little bit. Let me show you this one. Okay, this one's a bit higher. I'm gonna just expand it. Okay. Fuck. Okay, there's a version where this is higher resolution, and you can like zoom in, and it won't look pixelated, right? It's like like I feel like they use like a resolution that's like 3 or 4 times higher res than me, right? Which would be insane, right? Because if I double my resolution, or if I increase mine by 4 times, I'd be doing 8K, right? And my computer can't really handle 8K, so right. And I want to do like line art like this, because I can do it, but it's just not feasible with my resolution. 4K is not something you work in. It's something you export to, right? But I mean, there was a point where I really relied on the resolution of my art, or the resolution of my canvas for my line art. But at some point when you're trying to do like some professional looking stuff, like uh, you can't really, you know, work with the pixels, right? You want to have clean looking art, not modified. Or not modified, but like crunchy, you know? It's like the difference between like if you ever record music, usually you want to record a clean version where there's no effects going on, and then you add distortion or any other effect you want on top. Ideally, right? Sometimes people do go for the texture approach, like what I did with line art, where they only record in the exact amp, or with the exact amp and pedals that they want it to look or sound with, right? So a lot of people like, record with like a lot of distortion or whatever. And then they don't have a clean version at all, right? So like ideally you should be able to play and make music with clean tones and it should sound fine and you should sound clean, right? But sometimes people hide their lack of technique or whatever with distortion. Like I know like when I play like guitar, sometimes I just want to turn on distortion because it just sounds way less, like you can't hear your mistakes as well, because it's distorted. So and it sounds good still, right? It's very fun looking or very fun sounding. But you gotta sound good when it's clean, right? Because the yeah. Since one generally looks at digital media, do you have a rule for resolution? No. I think you can do any resolution. There's only like one problem is if you use a resolution too low on Twitter, like really low, like I mean like 30 by 40, stuff like that, it's Twitter will like do something bad to it. But if you have anything else, it's fine. The thing you want to look out for is your aspect ratio. So Twitter will crop anything that's less or not. I don't know how to describe this. 4 by 3. If you have a 4 by 3 image like this one, it will show the whole thing on Twitter. It'll show the whole thing on desktop and on mobile, right? But if you have 16 by 9, so it's taller than what I have right now, it'll crop parts of it. And then if you have a horizontal image, or okay, and then if you have anything shorter, Twitter will show the whole thing. But anything taller than 4 by 3 or whatever this is will be it'll be cropped. I used to draw in 720p. I moved to 1080p like 2022. I could go find like my older art. Let me show you guys what I mean. So I'll go to like a 2020 piece of art and I'll tell you the resolution. Uh, okay, in 2020 I did use 4K. Let me go to 2018 though. Okay, I did use 4K in 2018. Okay, when did I? Okay, let me look at 2015 when I started making art. 4K, 4K. Did I do everything in 4K? Okay, no, this is okay. Wait, that's not it. I know I did 1080p at some point, but okay, here you go. This is 1080p. All right. Let's see this one. This one is also 1080p. Look at that. Look at the pixels. You can see it. 1080 is like not a lot of pixels, dude. I can show you what I made in 2015. Um, this is 4K. This is 4K. So in 2015, I got a computer, and then with my computer, I bought a graphics card. I bought the 760 GTX 760, right? And it came with the Phantom Pain, and I'm like, oh, cool, I'll just play this game. So I played it way too much, like way too much. That's why I painted a snake, Venom Snake. And then let's see what else I have. Oh, and then I painted Kaz, but this is like from a reference image, I think. So you can see, so Krita at the time had no flow, or they had like a weird flow behavior where if you draw over itself, it like overlaps in opacity. So like you can kind of see how it's like splotchy in some places, but I don't think it would have looked too much or too different if it had the modern version. And then how long have you been drawing for? I think I mean, my whole life, right? But in 2014, that's when I started studying art. And then I studied from 2014 to 2015, and then I stopped. And then 2016 to 2019, I didn't do anything. I didn't do much, at least. And then from 2019, like the second half of 2019 to now, I I made art at least once a week. And occasionally when I was streaming, I would make it like 4 or 5 times a week. Here, I can show you what I made when I was 17 before I went to college. Or the year before I went to college. Uh, okay, wait. No, let me go 2018 actually. That's before I went to college. Okay, so the summer before I went to college, I made a decent amount of art. Uh, wait, what? I feel like I'm missing art, dude, like in my files here. Where is it? Okay, so this is my okay, I painted this on my 17th birthday. I streamed it and no one watched. Right. Probably because it was kind of late. But I turned on the stream on my birthday, and then I painted this for an hour, and then I turned off the stream. And then uh so I think at the time I wanted to get better at landscape painting, but I was really having a hard time because like what I still have a hard time with landscape painting because like the main thing I'm really bad at is using like having an actual relationship between the foreground, background, and midground. It's so hard, bro. I don't know. And then like the shapes to me also like I just like it just doesn't I know what I lack, but like it's so hard to figure out how to actually do it, right? And it's like the shapes I need it to like look in perspective, but like not like in a too perspective-y looking way, you know what I mean? But here's like some Iceland sketches I did. I had like a whole I had a bunch of images from Iceland that that I borrowed, not borrowed, but like someone was giving them out for free. It was like photos they took while they were there. Here's the picture of Cynics I drew. Let me show you. That's so weird. I don't know why I drew that. Yeah, I want to show you the first few paintings I did while I was at college. Because when I got into college, I got more free time, so I was like, I'll paint for a hobby. So here's okay. So here I painted Rathalos from reference. I kind of like how I painted this because it's just all shapes, you know, to imply form. It looks cool, I think. And then it was basically me drawing, you know. I like that. And then, oops. And then in the beginning of 2019, that's when I joined the Cynics Discord. And I think I want to show you the first few things I posted on the Cynics Discord. It was these two lifestyle, or not lifestyles, master studies. So I wrote their names. Ettore Tito. It looks nice. I have like a modern version of this, but it's grayscale. And it's not from reference. It's from last year, I think. Okay, maybe not last year. Okay, I can't find it, but it's something similar to this. It looks way better. But it's grayscale, you know, so it's like whatever. And then there's this one by Paul Chabas. Yeah. Funny studies. And then I can show you the stuff I made my last year of college where I also just had even more free time. Right? I did this grayscale painting. This is when Twitter released their time lapse feature, so I was like, oh, I should paint something. So I have a time lapse for this one. I have a time lapse for everything since 2022, so I kind of don't like the bottom right corner, but like whatever. That was like the only part I didn't like. Everything else looks funny to me. And I did a lot of this art, and I was hoping I could do commissions of this, right? So I was like kind of pushing for it. I made a bunch of these. And most people were not interested in it, you know? Like I thought they were cool. Here, this is when I was trying to like figure out an easy style for making comics. Uh I don't know. A lino cut? I don't know what a lino cut is. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me show you guys something. Okay, so okay, this one was a commission, right? So I was pushing for it, and someone actually asked me for a commission, and I think it looks cool. I think people would want this, but like no one. No, I think people would want it, but it's not popular. I think these two. I think this was a request. No one paid me for this. I think I was streaming, and this one was a commission. And then here, look. So Franco's girlfriend, Amy, was like, "Could you please draw a picture of Franco?" And I've only seen like I think I only saw Franco like once. at that point. And I was like, okay, I'll just try to remember. I think this is pretty close. Maybe not the teeth part, but you know. You would? Yeah, I mean, it's like. Oh, this is also 1080p. Okay, this is what I meant, I guess. Like in 2022. Just 2022, I was still using 1080p for all this art, right? Okay. Like, this looks cool. I thought people would, like, want stuff like that, right? But it's a very, like, domain-specific kind of style, right? Like, you kind of have to draw something grungy, you know? Like, I like this one a lot. This was cool. This one also, I think was pretty cool. Uh, I just did a bunch of these. I did it all on stream too. And like the way I draw, where I don't draw construction lines or any I don't draw an undersketch at all. It's like fun to watch, right? Because I basically like just go through it and it just pretty much ends up looking like how it started, right? I'm gonna show you like the my favorite one though that I did in this style. I did it for Sword Timber in 2022. So this was like right after I graduated college. I was like, I'm gonna take a little break from, you know, computer engineering, computer science, software engineering. I'm just gonna make some art for a few months before I start applying. So during Sword Timber, I was streaming making Sword Timber stuff, right? And this was my favorite one, I think, because it like it's so fun to I like watching myself make this because I drew her and I just drew everything else surrounding her, right? Which I it looked cool. And I think I did reference a manga artist for this who had something similar. It was just a girl with like loose clothing in water, right? Uh, I also had this drawing. This one was cool. I think this one's more fun looking, you know. And the octopus, I think I like the octopus a lot. I think I drew them really well. Yeah, I don't remember who the artist was though. Here's another one. I think this one's cool. I used to like put so much detail into these 1080p images. Like you'd feel like, oh yeah, you like lowered the resolution for this, right? But no, this is the native resolution for the art. It's so pixelated, but it's fine. Uh, Let me find some other September stuff. Here's one that people liked, I think. I think this was in people like this one. Very pastel colors. There's also another one, kind of pastel. I thought actually this one's really funny. I think this one was the funniest. Right? It's like some massive giantess matriarch, right? Giving their heirloom to their granddaughter, who's like in the modern world, you know? So funny. Uh, there's also this one. This one was really like throwaway, but like, you know, there's Booba, so people enjoyed that one. Here's a witch lady with a sword. Like I was kind of like cheating, you know? I was basically just drawing the same things and then just like kind of alluding to the theme of the day. So here's one. I think this one was Snake or something. I don't know. Uh, this one wasn't Sortember, but I thought it looked cool. Like I wish I could have just drawn this for commissions. Like people were missing out, bro. These just look so much cooler than the stuff I make now, you know? Right? Like, look, it's cool. I did get commissions though, just not very many. I can show you like all of them. Like here's one of a Final Fantasy 14 character. It's an Aura. For some reason, they had a nun outfit. I didn't even know they had that in the game, but you know, there we go. Right. Here's another Final Fantasy 14. This is Cressy's character. It just looks cool. It's striking. And then here's the answer from Guilty Gear Xrd. It just looks cool, man. People didn't ask me for it. Okay, this one was a bit more basic, but like, I don't know. Like here's like the last 1080p commission I did, I think. This one looks cool, right? Like the line art thickness is a lot thicker, but it's because I used the lower resolution. But used this is the same brush, by the way. This line art is the same brush I used for this art. Can you believe it? It's just since this is 10K or this is 4K and this is 1080p, it's like, yeah, of course it's gonna look thinner. But there's so much texture on it, Like that's why I use the lower resolution. I also have this brush, this pen. Wait, what brush is this actually? I don't even know. Oh, this is the brush I use for the. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't use pure black. Hold on. This brush I use here, outside of like the shading, this brush is identical to the brush I used for this, but it's 1080p. Okay, never mind. I lied. This is a different brush. I don't know what brush this is. What is this? I don't actually know. Okay, and then let me go find something else. I had one more I wanted to show. Uh, where is it? No, I think I just stopped making the art in that style. Oh my god, dude. In this one day, I drew this one and this and then this one. Bro, this should have been more popular. Uh, but like color is really way more appealing to people. So, yeah, it is iconic, I agree. Quintessentially me, you know, or my style, right? What year did I make those? 2022. That's 3 years ago. Alright, I'm just gonna keep her completely in the shade. So in 2022, 2023, I told myself, bro, I'm gonna get a software job. I can do it, you know? And I tried so hard, bro, and I couldn't get one. And then now I'm here, and I'm like, okay, maybe I should have pushed harder for art so I'd have money at least, you know? Because at least this, I'm like my own boss, you know? So I get to like push for my own money in employment. I convince my clients directly that, you know, they should spend money on me. But you know, hindsight's 2020, right? So, because I could have probably spent more time doing art in a professional capacity instead of like, you know, just doing whatever else I wanted to do. Because I also like I was like I'm gonna play my video games now because I don't have school anymore, and then I'm gonna apply for jobs, you know, and then that didn't work out. Why is he looking at you like that? I don't know, man. That's how I drew it. Hello? Okay, there you go. Oops. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay. Uh, Dude, I don't know what it is about making art, but it just makes me want to go to sleep, man. Art sleeper. Yeah. I'm going honk snoo, bro. Yeah, apparently, a lot of bands when they record, or not bands, but like when people record guitar for like modern rock or whatever, or yeah, anything where there's like a rhythm and lead section, uh, they record the rhythm guitar twice, played each recording uh completely independently on the right and left ear, right? So it's completely panned to one to the left or right side on both the recordings, right? So it's the same exact part, but they're playing it, you know, separately and on one on each ear, and then they play the lead guitar in the middle or pan to be in the center. And I think it's funny because it adds a lot of texture to it. So it's a fun recording. I don't even know if it's a gimmick because it's pretty ubiquitous. So I wouldn't really call it a gimmick if everyone's just doing it. Seems like standard practice, I guess, right? But I think the rationale behind it is that it gives it more texture. Because if you play the same part uh, over each other, it it adds like an extra. It adds some crunch, to the part because like it's two people or two exact. They're supposed to be the same song, same part, but they're slightly different, right? Because you're not going to be able to play something perfectly the same, right? On two runs. So it has like this it has some dissonance to it, right? Because your timing is slightly off, your volume is slightly different, right? So it like they like clash with each other and it's just a little bit crunchy, but they're the same note, it's the same note around the same time, right? So it sounds just it's like the perfect amount of crunch. It's not noticeable, but if you feel it and it doesn't interrupt your like the song's like underlying structure or theory or not theory, but like its structure, I guess, yeah, Same exact notes, same exact rhythms. Everything except there's this crunch to it. I think it's cool. Yeah, so it's the same thing happens, I think, in live music. So occasionally you get three guitarists, right? Two rhythm and then one lead. I don't think I don't think it's common. Usually it's only going to be one lead, one rhythm, but I don't know. But I think in the event that there are two rhythm guitarists, I think they just have one play on the left side of the area or the venue, and then the other on the right side. But yeah, some funny mixing techniques, I guess. So I don't know if this is just how I conditioned myself by accident, but a lot of math rock, not Japanese specifically, but just math rock in general. It makes me feel like it's spring or it's summer break, you know. It's like I feel like the back of my head sweating. It's like catching in my hair, and then like I'm outside and there's a breeze, right? Like that kind of feeling. Every time I listen to math rock. Oops. Uh, guys, I want to sleep. Why does this happen every time, bro? So unfortunate. I use a screenless tablet. Yeah. I don't think I've ever used a screen tablet. Like some part of me wants to believe like nah, it's not necessary. It probably would obstruct how I draw too. It'd be distracting. And another part of me would be like, I started drawing traditionally. Like I didn't do digital art a lot. So what if I'm just naturally more inclined to just seeing my lines draw right below my hands, you know? But you know, I'll never find out, so it's fine. Actually, while I'm doing this, let's do this part. Do I want this? This looks bad. Whatever, I'll do it later. Or maybe, do I want to do it later? Okay, whatever. Got more important stuff to do. You know, so there's this one commission I did that I want to be able to do again, but it required a lot of prep work that I don't really know exactly how to emulate. It was 2023. It's this one. So in this one, I had this one idea where I tint the image a particular color. So in this case, it's like a yellow, right? It's like an orange yellow, right? But it's a very desaturated orange yellow, and so you can kind of feel the color. I like hold on. Like even if I take out the background, you can still see it's like orange yellow, right? Um, and like and then I use these tones on like the skin and like the clothes, right? And I've been trying to do something similar since, but it's so hard to I feel like I kind of just lucked out on the random tones I used, but like I don't know. Have witch hats a lot. I feel like there was a point where people thought like, oh, whoa, what's it called? I did a bunch of witch drawings, and then everyone's like, "Oh, can you draw my witch character?" And I'm like, "Sure." So yeah, I thought that was funny. Doing color studies, like it'd have to be like my own art, because so I also have to find someone who does art or color like that. So there aren't many. That's and I wouldn't be able to name them either. Like I guess the main one would be um I don't know. I don't really know a particular artist who uses that particular like kind of like toning. I don't know. Like I know what the technique is. It's just that like I don't know how to do it on anything other than that particular yellow. So, because like not you can't just translate the tone to or that like look to other colors. Like I couldn't do it with blue, I couldn't do it with red, I couldn't do it with yellow. Yeah, I can't do it with green, right? Because it just look different, right? I'd probably be able to do it like mathematically, it looks similar, but like it looked a little bit different. I feel like I'd be missing something, I don't know. Yeah. You know what I should do? I should probably learn to paint people. I've never actually studied painting the human body. Like I can draw it, you know, but like I don't know how to paint it. Yeah, I feel like it'd be fun, you know. You know when you do one of those drawings where you just put lines on the canvas with expectation? What do you mean by do you not do that? Do you not have expectations beforehand then usually, or is that like I don't know what you're trying to say. Or what moment you're trying to think of here? No, no, no expectation. Oh, okay. I don't like doing that. It actually hurts my head. I always have expectations, and if they're met, that's when I'm like happy, you know. But if I'm doing it to gamble, I feel sick and ill. Not even joking. Like my brain actually just goes like, I feel bad. Can you please stop? Like imagine like doing that to me is equivalent to going on Google number generator and going and just setting it to go choose a number between 1 0 or 1 and 100 and being like please hit 55, please hit 55, and then just click it over and over again until I hit 55, and then I go like, oh, it hit 55 finally, right, after like a few hundred trials, right, and then I go like, oh cool, the effort I put in to get this is not is nothing, and I got it randomly as if, you know, I was just given it, right? Like this was just given to me. I didn't work for this. There's no guarantee I'll get it again. And then I'm like, well, that sucks. So I try to find a way to make it happen more often, but you know, it's clearly random, right? So it's like, yeah. But you know what? Maybe I should learn to be grateful for like being blessed with an amazing composition based on like random lines I draw, you know? Is it supposed to be relaxing? I mean, I'd rather use my brain to relax, right? Like just like I feel like not using my brain, like I do that a lot anyways, you know? Like I think when I was a kid, this was the thing. I had like nothing to do as a kid sometimes, right? And not even sometimes, I feel like most of the time. So like I had to find ways to just like entertain myself with like nothing, right? And occasionally I'd be like, I ran out of ideas on how to entertain myself, right? I'm gonna just not do anything with my brain for the rest of the time I have allotted. And it's basically like forcing a kid to meditate, which is like not a good idea. I feel like kids should not meditate, you know? They should be using their brains. So now I'm older and I'm like, well, I already like spend a lot of time just not thinking, right? Because I got good at not thinking. So like whenever I want to relax and feel better about myself, I'd rather just think, right? Like I'd play like puzzle games to relax, you know? Like I'd replay Portal, but like I kind of already did all the puzzles. So it's like, you know, it's like that perfect mix of like not thinking but you're doing something, right? I think that's the fun part, right? It's just like the perfect line. It's a sweet spot. But uh I don't know. What happened to my math rock, bro? Why am I just listening to J-pop now? Okay, I gotta listen to some mind or no, not mind, what is it? Brain stimulating music. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, that's also really fun. Finding Shapes in the Clouds. Like I feel like that's relaxing, right? Because you're kind of just like going with what you feel, you know, and you're going off some very loose rules, because you know the clouds are pretty loose anyways, right? But they do have like that natural. They're natural, right? They feel natural when you make them. So when you make something, it's like, oh, that's how it should have been, you know. And your brain just figures it out, you know. So dude, this song it makes my brain think, you know. Wow, wow. Okay, so I'm looking at the comments for this song. It says, "This is the prime example of once you get really good at something, it's really hard to be bad at it." And that's like it's like what the Bad Art Tuesday thing is about. Because I think when I started streaming, I was like, on Tuesday, I'm just gonna try to make us bad art. Like I'm just make sure it's like bad, like it looks bad. Like I'm trying to make bad decisions, right? And then after like a couple of weeks, I was like, everything I make on Tuesday, I just like it's just so cool looking, right? Because I feel like when you're trying to get good at something, sometimes you like have to go do the thing in your brain where it's like, all right, I made a mistake. Don't do that same decision ever again, right? But you kind of like don't contextualize it properly, so you make it like a rule rather than an exception, right? Because you're trying to figure out some general you have to like weed out all the bad decisions, right? And so at some point you're gonna be left with only like good decisions, right? But you're kind of like weeding out too much, you know? So there's some decisions that are good, but you know, it doesn't work in 80% of situations. But there's a good 20% of the time where it would work out, right? So like you're just kind of like making art. You're just like, okay, I would never do this, right? So then you do it and you're like, oh, that looks so cool. Why did I ever not do this? It really opens you up. Hey, Monday? Yeah, it opens you up, exposes you. Who made this song? Uh, Sinamota. Sinamota. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, it's a pretty popular song. So. It got popular 2 years ago or something. I don't know. I first heard it a couple years ago, so I'm assuming if I hear it, then it means it's probably mainstream or something. There was this recent Northern Lion clip where they played this in the background, where he was playing Sisyphus or whatever, and he was like pushing the boulder up, and he'd be like, "Life is beautiful," blah blah blah, right? It's not like positive affirmations about like being optimistic and living life, you know, positively. And then whenever he drops it, he's like, "Don't get it twisted. Life is pain. There's no point to anything. We all die. All suffering. All of life is suffering, right?" And then he catches the boulder and he starts posting it up. They're like, "Don't get it twisted," and he just becomes positive again. It's pretty funny. But they were playing this in that video, so but they were playing the what's it called, a uh a slowed down version, so it sounds different. There's only two official mixes for this song, so I don't know what the other one is. Yo, I I'm a girl. Okay. Um. Yeah, I kind of wish YouTube normalized audio a bit, but I don't think they do that. What song is this? Oh. Is this the song that changes at the end? Okay. And it's a double. You guys see Borderlands 4 went on sale on Steam after one month of being released. 20% off. You haven't played a video game in a hot minute. What? You gotta play video games, dude. They are so cool. Exactly. None of your business. Well, cut out some art, bro. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's not the most responsible thing to suggest, but whatever. I took my hours. Then you made a big time apart. Here is the big time coming. Do, 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 do. Alright, I'm gonna draw something. But in the night. So I ate a salad today. It was kind of fun. Okay. Mm. Oh, wait, yeah. The buff guy in the zesty pose. Dude, this song is just loud. I don't remember it being this loud. Oops. Alright, what songs should I listen to now, bro? Uh, hmm. Where is it? What? Okay, I said I was gonna try to draw the comic, but I feel like this is too much. This is too much effort. Deity? What? I didn't know they talked. What? Oh, they listen to. Wait, did they change YouTube? Did they change YouTube while I was using it? What? Why does it look different? What? I think what? Hold on. Do I have another tab open? What? They changed it while I was using it. Why does it? Oh, it looks so weird. Oh my god. Dude, this is so annoying. They're like breaking this playlist. Why? Why are they like this? Alright, whatever. No, they changed the UI. Like it's the play button and the volume thingy is different, and like the time. Oh, okay, I forgot to press the record button on this one. All right, what should this comic be? A story? No, I didn't have one. I don't think I said I had one. All right, what square should we do? Okay, that's not what I want. There you go. Let's make it like big. Let's make one thing big here. Here's a big panel. There's a tiny one. Then we do this. That looks horrible. What's like a fun panel to do? Uh, do this. Uh, Here, like that, right? Or let's make this smaller, right? And then a rectangle, and then actually, hold on. Let's make it this way. And then a rectangle, and then do a square here. There you go. What's my canvas size? I told you already. It's 4K, right? Or did I not say that? I thought we talked about this earlier. Mm. Okay, I don't know what to do with this panel on the right. Oops. Okay, what was that song called? But then it is a euro. Oh, I get it. Mm, yeah, I need something less ambitious. I'll figure it out. Right. Hello, Pi 29. How are you doing? Oops. Yeah, why is this a large? Uh, Pi 29. Hi. Are you streaming YouTube at the same time? Yeah. But you don't see the chat. Because you prefer to be called Soup? Really? Yes. Okay. How are you doing, Soup? What brings you here? Should I wait? Do I know who you are? Should I? Are you like art streams? Oh, okay. I've never talked to you before. Is that true? No. All right. Do you make art? Yeah. What kind of art do you make? Stuff you like? Well, what stuff do you like? I assume you make art about stuff you like, you know? Simple stuff? Like what? OCs? Okay. See, I don't draw as OCs. Or, I draw like original characters like can you put music? It's so silent. Okay, I'm not allowed to because YouTube, if I play music, YouTube goes like, I'm gonna close your stream if you keep on playing the music. So I just don't play music. If you want, you can go on my Twitch and then you can hear the music I'm playing. But on YouTube, you just gotta have to use your imagination, or just open up your own tab music, right? Unless you're on your iPad or something. Play Kevin MacLeod music. No, I hate it. That sounds like torture. Like I'm listening to the Shrek 2 soundtrack. Like they're gonna get mad at me for that. Baby, I'm in love. Every time I think about it. And they ignore it. Oh, come on. AFK? Yeah. Alright. Dean, what's your comic about? What are you gonna do? No. Guys are runner. The ice cream never. The times are lightning me that never alone. This guy has a stupid haircut. He'll be back soon? Okay. That's fine. You're just watching. Love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. The mysterious villains. Like in Mario Galaxy 2, where it's like the three guys watching you from the cliff. Uh-oh, what's that? Okay, I thought I had something on my tablet. Where are all the gods? Where's the sweet light Hercules? Oh. Can you up the volume? Okay. On my mic or on the music? Music? Alright, I put it up a little bit. Yeah, I'll do a little more. Just a... Ooh. Yeah, it kind of doesn't look like it's his arm. Yeah. In the street that day, the taste was not so sweet. Wasted myself of destiny on the farm trips. Others that must be the taker. Mm. Let me interesting. I'm not watching Gachia Kuta. I'm not watching any anime at the moment. You can't change time. I just fascinated me. They Okay, I don't know what to draw, bro. Are you watching the anime? You like it? Mm. It was crazy uncomfortable to watch. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about it. That's right for me. Take me down. Why do you take me to down? Let's. Why is it like this? Dun, 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 dun. Doot, 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 doot. Howdy. Eat down. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Like it's Herobrine. Oh man. Hi back. I'm dad. Your Snickers bar? That's nice. Are you a Snickers ad representative? Yes. Okay, I'm glad you disclosed it. Everyone said down too low. Just let it go. So, Soup, have you ever watched Shrek? Shrek 2, maybe? I used to have Shrek on DVD. You think there are very few people who have not watched Shrek? I mean, I think if you're born after 2007, maybe you haven't watched it, you know? Thanks. Oh. Da-da-dum-ba-da-dum-ba-da. They listened to all these songs already? Oh, it's set to random. Alright, whatever. Head on straight. Oh, way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright. Alright, I'm doing another painting and then I'm gonna go. Read that. See. Alright, Soup, do you play do you play Uma Musume? No? Oh well. With that spam? Maybe you'll download it. Okay, maybe. I mean, you don't have to, but I just wanted. I'm gonna paint one of the characters. Love, ooh, believer, I wouldn't need her if I tried. What? Okay. Yeah. Oh, because of the drawings. Yeah. Things, believer, out of my mind. Got rain. They can't see your messages, Soup. I can say hi to them for you though, I guess. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can see the messages, really? Oh, it does show up. I thought I thought it didn't work. Okay, whatever. I guess it works. That's good to know. You guys can talk to each other now, right? Just you gotta look at the stream though. Can you feel the 2000s? Is this song real? Ooh. Yeah, I don't remember this song. Yeah, I kind of made her look more like a horse. Uh, Uh, is loud. Like you once told me the world. No. Okay, I kind of like didn't like the beginning of this painting, and then I was like, I'm just gonna do random stuff, right? And I tried to make it look creepy, so it's kind of in a weird spot where it's like almost creepy, almost not. You like this song? Yeah, this song was in Shrek. I think it's funny. Oops. Oh, okay, I just tabbed back into this. Is kind of creepy, like. Okay, I'm just gonna. I think it's fine. It's okay. This is good enough. It's so creepy looking. Only misery to happiness, yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. Come on, me wee. From misery to happiness, me. Uh-huh. right ending today. Uh-huh. Right yesterday. I don't want to anything. Da, 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 da. Mhm. Alright, I'm done streaming. But we uh-huh. Today. Yeah. Alright. Goodbye, gamers. I'm done with the stream.